Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I am. Before I say anything, I am so sorry for being super late today. I'm so sorry because the things that I'm trying to take care of suddenly took a turn, and it suddenly take a lot more time than that. It was kind of weird, but I'm okay. It's nothing much really. It's honestly just like a small little, how can I say this, side work? Yeah, it's just a small little side work that I get to do, and then it suddenly turned into something, just a little bit more. But ultimately, it's just a little bit more work is all. So nothing much happened. It's just me being super late. Sorry, but yeah, I hope you are doing good. Hi, Nexus. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. I hope you all are doing good. I, however, am experiencing the weirdest thing ever. In short, or yeah, I don't think I want to like do a full explanation because it's dreams and it's very wild. I had a dream where I learned some spells and I can actually teleport around. And to do that, I require to trace. I'm required to trace like sigils and shit, so that I can cast spells in my dream. Right, its last night's stream is very interesting. So I get to teleport around, and I started to steal things. I started to steal things, and when the cops are here, and I just like do a little dance, and it just like teleports away. And then because of that, because I keep doing the spells over and over, and it's so weird because when I wake up this morning from the dream, my muscle hurts. Yeah, my hand, my arm hurts, especially my right right arm. It's mirrored, right arm. Oh my god. It's such a weird thing, to be honest. But it's fine, it's all good. Hi Ixon. Oh my god, Draken. 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 Kobo hitting things? No, I'm stealing things. I'm stealing things. And then I teleported away because I learned some spells in my dream. And somehow that made my body hurts. Also, give me a second. I need to log into my account here. It's gonna be very loud though. This is from the launcher. This is Monster Hunter Frontier launcher. Like, look at this. It's so wild. It's so old. I love it. It's not old, but man, look at it. A launcher. A Monster Hunter launcher. What the fuck? God, I miss this game so much. Can you teleport here so I can hug you? God, I wish I can teleport there and let you hug me forever. And I'm HR2. I played a little bit last night, configuring the controls and everything, do some easy quests, got myself to HR2, and apparently HR2 allows me to fight Elder Dragons, so I think HR2 is really strong in this game. I don't know, but to be fair, I think that this game is a little bit, a tad bit easier, just a tad bit easier, a less smooth. Or maybe like the early game is more easier. So yeah, I get to play Monster Hunter Frontiers that no. You know what? I'm gonna just open it up because I cannot wait to play it. Oh my god, there's a boob. Hi Jade. Blurb. Oh my god, it's so loud. Hello, welcome, welcome. It's all in Japanese, by the way, but it has some patches that it has an English patch, but most of the words are still in Japanese. So yeah. Hi Reda, welcome. God, I missed this. Look at this. You move to return world. Yeah, exclusive content accessible to return world for returning hunters and new hunters. Sure. Why not? Oh my god, there's a blue. Look. You know what? Nah, I'm not even gonna explain there's a boo. How is the Kobo? Kobo is good. I think Kobo is coughing a lot less now. Kinda. I think. Yeah, a little bit. Maybe. Look at that, it's on Japanese. Look at that, that's my character. I just found like an event. There's an event quest. Usually there's an event quest in this game, and then you can get some okay-ish equipment to start off with. And then what's wild is that, okay, the control scheme, D-pad is controlling the camera, and then you can control camera like this. Vertically, you can only like do like taps. You can just hold the button and then just like do the camera changes. Hi? Oh, I made chat too. And got access to the bar, okay. And D-pad controls the camera, essentially. Right stick is attacking, left stick is running, right? Walking, running, and then you have the buttons triangle to talk, always to interact, X is to dodge, and square is to use items. And then L2 is like correct camera, or like, yeah, reset camera. L1 is item bar, R1 is dash, R2 is weapon action, essentially. And what's wild, I forgot is a thing, R3 is kick! So in old games, you have to kick to save your teammate. It's not recommended to use weapon to attack your teammate when they're getting stunned, when they're getting like whatever blight they call up with, right? Usually we use kick. It's the old Monster Hunter code. We kick them. Okay, the bar is here, but I don't need that. I don't need Rasta. The music is so fucking good now. I hope you guys can hear it clearly. Also, Rada, I appreciate all the dragon stuff you posted. And that goes for anyone really. Whoever posted in Dragon Snipping Corner and the other one that I dare not say the name. Yeah, I love them. And rest assured that I look at all of them. Because goodness me, do I love dragons so much. Oh, they changed. Right, so every day you cook something, it's different effect. This one used to be like health plus, stamina plus, attack plus, and stuff like that. But they changed it. Now I have to change to a surprise chew. And they started me off with like 500k zenny, so that I'm well off. I could just like cook something very strong all the time. And you know what's wild? I get to buy what is it called again? I get to buy the thing. I can buy shock trap. I can buy pitfall trap. And you know what's even more wild? I can buy tranquilizer. And I can buy bomb material here, I think. Yeah, I can buy bomb mat. So to capture things, I don't need to farm anymore. I don't need to farm for like Thunderbug, buying trap tools, get the set plant, and then get the bomb material, and then get the tranquilizer, so that I can catch something. Not anymore. Apparently I can just buy them here. So I'm very happy. I'm very happy. But in this game, if you combine by hand, there's a chance to fail the combine and then you get garbage. So that's why you have combo shop here. Now this little guy here who combine things for you costs money, but it's guaranteed. So I'd rather use some money to get some guaranteed items back, so yeah, it's all good. I've been using longsword, and I'm gonna show you the house. My house got upgraded last night. When I was playing a little bit, I got the HR2. Look at that, the house is much bigger now. Usually I only eat here, but now there's like a 4-player eating meal back there. You see that? Oh, shokuji? Oh, give me this. The nostalgia. Look at that. Dig in, baby. This must be what heaven tastes like. Oh my god, the nostalgia. I love it. So thing is, with this game, let me show you something. In weapon practice mode, so there's a lot of weapons, right? So in shield, dual blade, great sword, long sword, hammer, hunting horn, lance gun, lance. You have switch axe. You have tonfa. You have magnet spike. So these two are Monster Hunter Frontier exclusive weapons. Nowhere to be seen anywhere. Tonfa, however, is my absolute favorite. It's a dual blade. It's dual blade plus insect glaive, essentially. You get to dance around, move around, fly around, and punch the shit out of them. That's Tonfa. It's really good. And of course, all weapons comes with 4 different styles. Earth style is what we use all the time. Heaven style, HR5, and then you have extreme style. Now this, extreme style is something where I was talking about a lot in when I was playing Monster Hunter. Like I keep saying that I want to be able to draw my weapon and run at the same time. That's what extreme style is. You can actually draw your weapon and run. You double tap, and then you get to run with your weapon drawn, and you have unique attacks to it. So it's like, this game is fucking wild. I'm not even lying, this game is actually wild. And the amount of monsters that I get to tackle on 2-star quest. Let me show you. Look at that. HR2, Rucodiora. HR2, what the fuck? What the fuck? HR2, okay. Rucodiora, Teostra, Lunastra, Camellius, Kushala. Rusted Kushala, by the way. Kushala, Kirin. Lao San Long is even here, it's insane. But yeah, Lao San Long is Fortress Defense. I wish I can play this, but someday when I'm stronger, I can fight Lao San Long, one of my favorite monster. Black Diablos, Grampios, Azure Retalos, Pink Radiant, Red Kezu, Green Plesia, Purple Gypsaros, Blue Yen Cuckoo, Diablos. Albio Rugu is a new one I never seen before. Graphios, Gurenzeburu, and then Duragawa. Right, Monoblos, Shogun Senator, Volganos, Ratalos, Blanca Gonga, and then Kizu. So they mark these. You see that little mark there? These marks are like you have to do the quest to level up. They stated it out, so it's like, oh, nice, cool. My favorite Monster Hunter weapon is heavy bowgun, especially when it goes to heavy Daka mode, machine gun mode. Yeah. It's not my thing, but I'm glad a lot of people like heavy bowgun. Honestly, play the weapons that you enjoy the most. Hell yeah. Kezu whip ice cream? Kezu whip ice cream? 2 select mushrooms. What's the map? Did they not say what the map is? Oh, swamp, okay. Oh, it's in 10, okay. Yeah, so this is bento. I had bento just now, but because I already ate, so I don't need to bring bento. Or do I need to bring one? Shit. I forgot how to do the ingredients and shit. Alright, let's go find some kazoo. The control schemes is so funny too. Oh, look at that. That's magnetic spike. Like above me, that's magnetic spike. Okay, D-pad. Oh. So, up, press, down, and then R2. R2 is Spirit Blade. So usually it's like up. Back then it's up, press, up, press, up. So this is a small loop. Or you can do like sight down, I think. Sight down. There, sight down, poke, sight down, realign as well if you want. Like that, you can realign a little bit. So I think it's pretty good. I like it. Oh, this is good though. It's this slow. I'm not even joking. It's this slow. When I try to take things, I have to wait. I cannot. I'm spamming. Yeah, I'm spamming it. You have to wait. There we go. Oh, but one thing about old games, because they have reset camera and item bar, and a different, right, and a different button. Let me put myself here a little bit, so I'm not blocking too much. There we go. See that? It's immediate, so I can immediate select my items. That's one thing good about old games. I love it. I cannot wait to look to find all the great looking monsters. Don't get me wrong though, I will still play Generation Ultimate, but because in Generation Ultimate it sort of edged me a little bit too much, you know what I mean? Like, I want to fight cool looking dragons, but they want me to fight too many of the small ones, or like too many of the dragons I don't really like, too much, which kind of makes me don't like the game as much anymore. And then you have Monster Hunter Frontier, where you get to fight elders and HR2. Elders! HR2! Of course I'll like that even more. Yeah, mine. Oh wait, I'm pressing triangle to attack. I'm not used to this. You might also notice that the old games are way more slower paced. But you might be wrong. It's slower paced. It looks like it's slower paced now because now there's not a lot of moves that I can use, and the monsters are actually very tame. If you've seen like after HR99, you get to G rank, the monsters goes absolute batshit insane. Oh yeah, you have a bird companion. Jade, you have a bird companion in this game. Oh. It doesn't hurt as much. I did upgrade my armor. Oh, there it is. I'm using a very basic earth style, that's why I don't have much attack to use as well. But it's good enough. King up. Lamau. Look at the realignment. Oh yeah, your tail is like mega thick. The monsters are so tame. I'm not used to this. Oh. Again? You notice that I'm using the button a lot, right? The reset camera button. I'm not using D-pad to change the camera. It's too troublesome. I could do it, but I don't wanna. Oh, are you mad? Oh, you mad? Oh, you're absolutely mad. Okay. Then hurt him. I cannot wait to find all the cool looking dragons to show you how great the roster is in this game. Oh. It's Mega Engi. Again? Yeah. What? That's weird. Thanks for the pick. That was 10 years? Oh. Oh yeah, my bird can put bombs. Did it go to number 8? Oh yeah, here's the kick in question. We use kick to save someone. We're still going. Oh yeah, you may notice that there's not a lot of like mining spots to be seen. You'll be surprised. The mining spots are very well hidden. Not this one though. This one is very not hidden. There's a mining spot here. This one. This is a mining spot. You have to look at the crack of the wall to mine things. It doesn't show you outright, you have to find it. Surprised to see Kezu outside. Yeet. I'm doing it. Help! Oh my god. Oh yeah. In this old game, in old games, you cannot stay on the ground. So if you get hit, the game forces you to stand up after a bit. Like, it's not even after a bit. Essentially, you cannot stay on the ground if you get hit. The game will wake you up immediately. It's a little things, right? But in the current or like generation ultimate that I played, I determine if I get stunned or not by knowing if the game wakes me up automatically or if the game allows me to stay on the ground. That's how I know if I get stunned or not. In this game, I don't know. It's a little bit difficult, but it's alright. It's just a small thing, honestly. Oh. It's 10 years. Ooh, free card. Oh my god, I almost died from this. Stay on the ground! I cannot stay on the ground! Uh-oh. Didn't roll that. I don't know if it's like possible to roll that move, honestly. Oh gosh, diggity dang! Yeah! Such a cool attack! Want to do something? I'm dead. Help. Oh yeah, I think also because you don't have a lot of moves to do in like old games, you don't have a lot of like the big satisfying combos, so you don't really opt for like a big damage, big attacks. You just go for like poking. You're essentially poking until the monster is dead. There's a lot less commitment moves now, so you can essentially play really safe and just get away with it. Not like this though. The only way you will get punished is when you overextend. It's not because you commit too much, but you overextend. Usually that's the case. Like this. Overextend. Got greedy. Temporary retreat from battle. Oh shit, we got hit too much. Oh, paintball. Looks like it went to 3 or 9. Kazoo will never go to 8, I think. Perfect. I think when it comes to whiff punishing, the game is, or like the fundamentals of the game is a lot easier. Vespo is definitely a lot more annoying. Look at that, Vespo is relentless. Then they dodge really quickly too. No way that happens. Oh my god, how many of you are here? What was I aiming at? Did it just go to number 9 or 2? I never guess. Ah, that's what it was. EP? I can try capturing you, I guess. I actually didn't notice if you were limping or not. Nice, okay. Oh, the music! Oh, nostalgia! Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. I'm actually gonna have tears of joy playing this game. I'm searching for spiderwebs though. Oh, at least they remove the infinite search. In the older game, Monster Hunter 2. Monster Hunter 2, you can search a place forever. And I mean forever. Right? You can actually just keep searching the same place over and over again. And you can, I mean, technically you can do that, but you won't, because you can keep searching it, but all it's gonna do is just gonna be like, oh, there's nothing here. So it's very detrimental for pickaxes and bug nets, because every hit is a chance to break your pickaxes or bug nets. So you have to gamble one time on a mining site. You have to guess. And you have to hope that your pickaxe doesn't break. They removed this here. Then I can use item set again. I don't even know how to type anymore, like that by Baisk. It's by item set Baisk. There, and then I can just keep going for quests. A lot of people playing this game. Oh, I have to kill this. Oh. Oh, look at some of the sub-quests though. Deliver 5 carnivore egg. Who the fuck? Who the fuck? I'm not gonna. Might need some hot drinks. I can buy one. I think it gives 4. Probably. Oh, they've heard? Must be a new thing because you need... Yeah, you need 太阳草. This is 太阳草, day herbs. 蓝色香菇, and blue mushroom. So these two combine into a potion. But I assume herb plus something into... potion, I think. I don't know what these crystals are. 剑士武器啊，你出你攻撃に流属性啊。It's for melee weapons, so you could put it into any melee weapon? Question mark? Can I really do that? Really? Let me try bringing one. Oh my god, why do we have a duck? Why do we have a duck? We left the duck. Yeah, have I ever mentioned the splash screens? They're the best. This one is like, I'm doing it as fast as I can. I shit you not, I'm spamming it, but this is the fastest I can do it. Or the game allows me to. There we go, hell yeah. I'm putting it as one player quest only because I want to solo things. It's just kind of how I play. And I think in this game, people can join mid-quest. If I remember correctly. Kill some Anteka. Anteka. Raw man? Oh no. Give me some Anteka antler. I know they can do good stuff for me. White liver. A rice weevil? What the hell is a rice weevil? Oh, I'm already at full pouch. Oh no. Cooking ingredient. Oh no. Yeah, you have to cook. You have to get your own ingredient to cook in the old games. It's also very interesting. But this game allows you to buy the ingredients, so there's actually no need. It's all as you have Zenny. You can cook something good to eat. And look at this. Mmm, so slow. Oh yeah, you can speed up, right. There's something here? Blanca Gonga should be at 6, 7, 8. Unless it's already here. Nope, it's already here. I got extremely lucky there. Monkey. Hate the monkey. Really? That little roar? In old games, fast monsters like this is a menace. Just controlling the camera is enough to... It's enough to like make you be confused. great. Uh-oh. Yeah, tremor. I forgot the paintball. Oh my god. I just realized. Where'd you go? Wait, wasn't there a place that allows me to climb? Oh, here. No. Oh, shit. Can you not climb? Oh, maybe it's that one. Can you climb? Can I climb? No. Wait, did they change it? Or like they... Oh, you cannot climb back up. You're forced to go to number... What? Number 5? That works. Lamau. That's a little bit funny. You cannot climb back up. Ooh, okay. That was instant. Oh my god. Keep doing that. I press attack. Oh, I pressed my analog stick. Ooh. Tremor. Oh, we're aiming at... I'm gonna do the jumping attack again. No, I'm gonna wait here. Yeah, there it is. I thought the tremor is gonna be very far. I love side fate step. Side fate step is so good. No. Are you mad? Are you like angry? It feels like you're very angry. You're suddenly jumping my way along. I forgot the thing again. You're suddenly jumping my way so much, I think it's angry. I shouldn't have gone far. 7, 8 maybe? I need to remember the paintball. I can just keep doing this. Alright, paintball, paintball. What are you doing? Paintball. Ooh, that far, okay. Ow. Ow. Do it again, asshole. Jump away? Yeah. Gotta hit in. Jump away. No, shit. Nice, thank you. Oh, using D-pad as a camera control is so painful. Also, using right analog stick as an attack pattern is so funny. Go, 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 go. No, I'm waiting here, asshole. Nope, we're gonna hit it. There we go. That doesn't count. Okay. Hi, Murph. Kill. I'll kill, alright. Kobo, stop hitting a monster, you can pet them. I would not pet this atrocity. The other ones, maybe? But this one? No, never. Kill. Oh no. I press triangle by don't press triangle, it's check button. Running away. Looks like it's jumped to number 6 or 7. It's easy check, honestly. Wait, didn't I paintball it? Oh, I think some monsters can mitigate a paintball. 85. Woo! Thank you, Nexus. Oh my god. Ow! Yeah, some monsters can mitigate paintball. They dig downwards and then the paintball effects come. Were you limping? No, right? Hard to say. That's a limb. This way. Whoa. Whoa. 85. That's way more than my fingies. Also, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. It could be a number 3. Would be my guess. Don't steal! Oh, I actually one-shot them. Holy shit. I was right. Was I not right? Oh. Wait, I'm supposed to capture? Well, supposed to. Don't move! What happened? Oh, the turning is an attack, I forgot. Mine. And the beast. Oh, the winning music is so good. Oh. Fuck. No. God damn. Stop. Yeah, fight each other. Must kill. I think I love Frontier a lot more than Generation Ultimate. Jam Bone, a lot of Armor Sphere. Prism Dandelion, don't know what that is. Yeah, this game is originally Chinese and Japanese only. But in the Discord server they have like an English patch. HRP ticket. The HR point ticket used to change things. I'm surprised there's a lot of people playing this game. Holy shit. It is really good. Oh, I need Rasta. I don't care about Rasta. Diva story. The story begins when we talk to attending cat of the Prayers Mountain. Chapter 1, the main story. I didn't know there's a main story in this game. I don't care about main story. I care about hot looking monsters. Come on. Oh yeah. I forgot to feed my bird. Look at the ducks. Look at the ducks. Oh my god, they're all swimming my way. The ducks are so adorable in this game. Can I wave at them? How do I do gestures? Tap switch. Alternate or R2 menu. Oh, gesture. I can gesture. I can only gesture with keyboard? Only with keyboard. Oh yeah, the classic dance. The classic dance. Hi Salo. You smell like kobolds? Do I? Oh god, I don't know if I smell like kobolds. I just might be, but I don't know. Maybe? They can call for bird here. Can I change the name of the bird? Bird. Hi Sano. Oh, you're full. How do I make you not full? Oh, name change. To train intellect. Yosh! Yosh! Oh, they call it 思考力. Okay. Yeah, I have high attack, no intellect. It's dumb bird. It's a dumb bird. Bird. Oh yeah, fun fact. You can actually change the bird's elemental element, and then the bird will change appearance based off the element. Bye bye bird. Didn't play any of the old Monster Hunter games, so this is a nice touch. Yeah, this one, Monster Hunter Frontier is like the server shut down at 2019, I think. But this is a private server that I found that has been quite healthy for a long time. So I'm very surprised because it's one of my favorite Monster Hunter games. Like, definitely favorite. There's so many cool looking dragons that you can fight. There's Lao Sanlong. Ruko Diora is also here. There's also like Hagane something. But that one is like an event quest and I don't want to fight that one. Event quest. Harudo Merugu. Harudo Merugu. This one. The theme of this one is mainly Chinese. Actually Japanese. This one is Japanese. The Chinese version of this game is It's updated slower than the Japanese version back then. But I played the Chinese version because I don't understand Japanese. I am China man, but I can read only a tad bit of Japanese. Only a little bit. And look at this, it's actually healthy. There's so many people playing here. Actually active players. I'm actually so happy looking at this. And I cannot believe I found this. Oh, the Deep the Monsters. It's still Japanese, yeah. Chinese is the other version of Monster Hunter. It's Monster Hunter Online, which is also dead as well. That one is mainly Chinese. This one is mainly Japanese. Even the name of the monsters are mostly Japanese. Rice is heavily Japanese themed. Well, it's Japanese in Kamura. Yeah, Kamura is Japanese, and then you have like Sunbreak is like not Japanese at all. What do you call that? Medieval era? No, it's not really medieval. Vampire, the theme, the era where there's vampires around. Those time. Victorian? Yeah, maybe. I'm not too sure about the era of names. Alright, let's do more quests. We beat the monkey, we beat the kiddo. Vampires? Yeah, vampires in Rise, Sunbreak. Yeah, Malzino. The one that I want to get, I want to get grappled all the time. Each grapple is a dragon smooch, why not? Each grapple is a smooch. I have to. I'm on the Violet Malzino fight in Rise. Oh. Oh wait, do I have the redeem on or do I have it off? I feel awfully safe. Oh, they're on. Okay, thank God. Thank goodness. I'm detecting a distinct lack of milk. Even after Malzino. Violet Malzino fight. There it is. Violet Malzino? Look at all the milk. Whoa, that's a huge honk. Someone must be downstairs, right? Malzino all over. I'm not even gonna deny it at this point. Sorry. Is there no one downstairs? Oh, give me a second. Really? Mau collect barang. Okay. I'm back. Ay. Oh, I didn't mean to take that. They're trying to take... My sister's trying to send a package. And then the person is here to collect the package. And then my sister is not at home, so... Well, sucks. Oh boy. It goes both ways. Both ways? Mm. Oh, I remember this map. Ooh, PTSD, I think. This map is kind of bad. Oh, at least I don't like it personally. It's a map of... You have to fight a moss carpet. Are these Remora? I think they are Remora. Remora. I'm sorry I had to leave for a little bit just now. Very sudden. No one was downstairs apparently. Oh, these things are a nightmare. Are you Giapre? Oh, you are Giapre. Bing Manong. What? Come on. Thank you. Oh, thanks for the pet. What are you doing? Oh yeah, they keep respawning. Right, I forgot. I should probably fight Ruko and get destroyed once. I mean, I don't mind getting destroyed by Ruko. Stink? Very stinky. Hi, Dex. Is it at the top? I love the jump. Oh! I forgot I can jump down. No. I have to actually use my right thumb to press the... I use the right thumb to press D-pad. I don't have to play like that, but I have to. Fine, fine. My right thumb has to jump between D-pad and the buttons. Yeah. And then ring fingers pressing dash. That's how I played this game anyway, back then. Or even now playing this game. So you can imagine my both hands. ring finger pressing right ring finger pressing R1, right thumb controlling the D-pad and also jumps around the buttons. And then left hand controls the movement. Are you not here? You have to though. Oh, fuck. No, my shock trap, you fuck. Oh no. I cannot stay here, I cannot stay here. God damn it! Okay, we good, we good, we good. It's not a tree anymore. It's not here? Yeah, that's why I say PTSD on this map. Because Psycho Serum can only see for a brief moment. Okay then. And the 1-2 is separated by 3 to 8. Don't, no, oh my god. Okay, it goes to 1, it goes to 1. Absolute PTSD this map is. Oh, it didn't go to 1. What?
Emotional damage!
Good night, Hera. Have a good night. Thank you, Radar. Have a good sleep. Thanks for hanging around. And I love those pictures that you sent. Good stuff, good stuff. Oh. There it is. Don't you dare fly away this time, you fuck. Okay, we have exclamation mark. Look at the feet of this thing though, it's so big. You notice? The talons are so big. Yeah, also Reptiles can just do that for no reason other than time waster. Wild. They just whip. Oh, Phantom Range. Oh. Not a fan of the instant attacks. Oh my god, damage! Was that 90% of my health? I wanted to heal, but there's so many G upgrades around. Oh, wait, there's some recover. You don't really get a chance to attack Rathalos as much. I may be dead. Run. Baited. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Go the wrong way. Oh, fuck. Oh, even below your leg. That's a little tough. Kira, have you watched Dragon Planet? No, not yet. Fuck, I forgot. No, I want to watch it. I want to learn about dragon things. Running away? Yeah. Yeah, I forgot how bad it is to fight Rathalos in the old game. And it's gone. They can mess with the paintball, it's insane. Some monsters can mess with paintballs, I don't like them. But it looks like it ran to number 8. We watch it tonight? Like a watch party? But I don't know what website can watch anime though. I'm not well versed in this kind of knowledge. In Discord? I mean, sure. I guess I can do it. Never done a watch party before. Oh, he went back to number 3, really? Oh, he went to number 2? I'm stupid! The visuals. Very weird, but I'll get used to it. Question mark. Oh my god, damage! A direct hit. That's what a direct hit can do to you. 50% health. Only one. Try to do it again. Gonna fly back? And a feeling. Oh my god! I cannot stay on the ground, I forgot. Oh! Dang, I wish I can stay on the ground. Give me a second, send you a hint. Oh, website, right? Got it. I'll look at it afterwards. Thank you, G. Shoot. Any rules I should set during a watch party? I don't know what kind of experience should I expect. Fireball. Another one. Another one. Another one. Another one. Oh, no. That's a new one. Poison and stun. Instant run. Oh, instant run. I'm dead. Oh my god. How the fuck did I survive that? I'm out of potions. This is kind of back for business. I only have 5 left. It's not showing any signs of weakness. Oh! I cannot get hit. I cannot get hit by that. I cannot keep getting hit by that. Fireball, fireball. No fireball. No fireball. Shit. Fireball? Run? Okay. Run good, run good. Oh my god. Got him. Oh, I did. Another one? I don't know what that does. It just flies away. Hi, Roxas. Is that a new Kobo? Oh, that looks like a Kobo. I know that name though. Did it go to number 2 again? Play Master Hunter 1? No. The grind is too much for Master Hunter 1, it's too hard. I would rather play the games that I enjoy. Two potions left. Okay. I did. Did I just roll that? Let's go. Oh, shit. So early? Sight fate slash, save me. Oh, it's a time waster. Now we can heal and shit. Actually, instead of wasting our time here, just go get more medicine. Yeah, it's not coming back down anytime soon. Go get the last 3 first aid, Matt. Yeah, Kizui's not as bad in this game, but Retilos is super worse in this game. Also, did you guys know that this game is only like 5 gigabytes? It's so small. For how much content there is in this game, it's only 5 gigabytes. That's gonna hurt. I'm dead. Oh, oh, he didn't do the fireball. Let's go. Oh. Oh, it aches. It looks like it went to 1, but it went to not 1. No way. Went to 3-4? Went to 3, what the fuck? That doesn't make sense. Hello? What? What happened? not the wind pressure. Wait, I see you limping for a split second there, buddy. No, fuck. Oh yeah, that's a hit, I forgot. It's very lingering. Oh my god, you're clowning. There it is. What? It's funny how when they're limping, they're not trying to run away. When they're limping, they're still trying to fight. And then the moment you put the shock trap down, they run away. Like, look at this. Let me show you. No. I want to guarantee, like, this one. Run away? No. Turn. Yeah. I don't want to put not under it. Wind pressure. Run. This is getting cancerous. It doesn't want to run away. It's getting cancerous. Oh, thank you, bird. Doesn't work? Oh, there goes my chance. Maybe? Why do you keep edging me? Oh my god, why do you keep edging? What the fuck is this? Touch it, come on. Come on, do your run. Don't you like a run attack? There it is. God, the edge is so long. I cannot believe it. Go to sleep. Most of the game space is being taken by high quality textures. Look at WoW, with everything it has, it's only 20 gigabytes. I never played WoW though. Is it like... Oh, isn't WoW like an MMORPG? I assume MMORPG has a shit ton of content that's behind paywall. But still, despite that, it's still a lot of content in the game itself. I don't know how much, but for a game like that, it's only 20 gigabytes. I think that's pretty impressive. I think. And I think this game with 5 gigabytes is also very impressive. Yeah, it's all high quality textures. You're right. Oh my god, please mine faster. Only 60 seconds. Dragon Knight, let's go. Oh my god, give me more Dragonite. Oh, thank you. Only 60 seconds! Why are you taking so long? Oh, that's a lot of things though. Oh yeah, I captured it. Of course. Heartbreak, capture tree. So yeah, in this game, capturing and carving is essentially the same amount of things that you get. It's not 5, then 3. I think in the future games, capturing gives 5 items, and then carving usually is just 3 or 4, depending on what monster you go for. Huh. Alright, that was a nightmare. Glad it's been dealt with. I cannot wait to use Tonfa. I think Tonfa, I can only use Tonfa on G rank. And yeah, master rank in this game is called G rank. I used to be like HR 100 or something, and then G rank like 5 or 6 only. Because I bought you have to buy this game, by the way. It's like a monthly subscription. The game can be played for free until HR 99, and then if you want to go to G rank, you need to subscribe to this game. I did it. I subscribed for 30 days, a month, essentially, yeah, a month. Then I played the shit out of it, because back then I don't even know how to earn money. Well, I know, but shit, the money is so precious because I don't have my own money. So any free time I have, I would just spend time with Monsanto Frontier. Which is also why I feel so strongly about this game. I love it, I really do. I never tried out the other weapons though. Lens? Lens? I'm thinking lens, but what does lens have? I'm gonna go for Earth style on everything yet. I don't want to like skip and then spoil myself with extreme style until I reach G rank. Let's Strong guard. Oh, you can move with strong guard. Area guard? Oh, you have AoE guard. Holy shit. I assume they use a shitload of stamina. So guard. Dash attack is tap. Oh, is it the same? Mid thrust. High thrust is down. This is essentially lens, I think, or like old lens. Whoa. Wait, what's the charging on the top left? Is that a new thing that I never know before? I mean, it's pretty cut and dry, I feel like, Lens. Very cut and dry. I could try Lens. Just a dream. Why do I have a duck? Why is there a duck? Hello? What are you doing with when I'm sleeping? What? Oh, okay. Alright. I want to see what lens I can make. Sure. Ooh. Oh, yeah, different weapons at different lengths. You see the length? They are all medium, but there are some short or very long. Yeah, see, long. Look at that picture, can I even preview the whole spear? Dragonite Orb? Flashlight, Thunderbug, Rubbery Height, Rectal's Tail, Shell, Slack, Flame Sack. I want to make this one. Ah! Oh, classic. Miracle Flame? Oh, it's Cuckoo's weapon. Oh, it's way stronger. Holy shit. This one? I'm ready to tackle more quests. More quests too. Why is volcanoes? That looks like Lava Seoth though. Is it Lava Seoth? It's in Volcano. Of course. The music is so good. Like, for real, all the Monster Hunter Village theme, it's so fucking good. What gives 2? Did I not eat? Wait, I thought I ate. Oh fuck. Oh, is it because I went to I went to the dream and then it doesn't count anymore? Oh, that sucked. I ate. This is bad. Oh, this is really bad. I already drank it. Oh. Oh, it's over there. Why am I fighting against again? I don't remember. Oh, Lava Seof, I think. Or is this game called Volcanoes? So it roams around 10, 9, 10? Oh, there it is. I was like, it has to be here. I'm here. What the fuck? It is just Lava Seof. Yeah, come here, fish. Is that not running? Oh, god damage. This move is so fun. What? It doesn't hit me. Oh shit, hyperspace typing. Oh! That's guaranteed death! I cannot stay on the ground! Oh my god! That is evil, what the fuck? That is actually evil, what the fuck? That's guaranteed death! No, it's eradicated. I've been eradicated. Deleted from life. Reduced to nano atoms. It's like getting punched by Senator Armstrong. Nano machines, son. Still, I've never played the game. What was it called again? Metal Revengeance? Metal Gear Solid? Revengeance? I think that's what it's called. Yeah, that situation is ugly. That I cannot believe. Yeah, this game is a lot because I cannot stay on the ground. So this game has a lot of guaranteed death situation. Not because of stun, but because you can stay on the ground. It's very scary. I thought I got sniped. That should have hit me. Can you fucking come up here? What? The amount of bullshit this monster has. Oh no. Hello? What the fuck? This monster is pure bullshit. This monster is actually pure bullshit. Oh. What the fuck? It's so inconsistent. Oh, this is a... No, not this time. Oh my god! Yeah, this monster is pure bullshit, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? Yeah, cool beans, I actually lost. I actually felt like I have no chance against this monster. I don't think I stand a chance. I sincerely don't think I do. What's on the top left? Am I playing gun lens? Oh wait, this is not gun lens, right? I'm playing lens. I don't think I can strong guard there as well, because strong guard requires too much time. Look at this. Yeah. That shit is loud. Oh, unblockable. Very dangerous to be here. Where are you aiming at? No way, it's a sure death situation! There's nothing I can do! I cannot block the fireball! I cannot stay on the ground! I would do what? It's a sure death situation! There's nothing I can do! There's no option! There's no option! I don't think there is! Whatever weapon I use, that's a sure death situation! Why do you want me to buy this? Only 480 yen. Wow, shit. Shinai. I don't want that. I don't believe I died to that bullshit. There's no fucking way. You know what? Let's change to oh shit, where's my there's my facility. They both look the same. I'm not used to this yet. Maybe I should just play longsword for now. You know, the safe option. The safe option. Why is there a duck in my room? Hi. Okay, remember to eat this time. And when I eat, don't go to the dream realm. You can skip this, by the way. You cannot skip the eating. It doesn't take too long though, so it's fine. This must be what heaven tastes like. Alright, let's upgrade my longsword. Or maybe I should upgrade my armor. Can I upgrade my armor? Shy! It's a no on that one, Chief. What do I need? Velocipray hide. It's a transmog. Oh, layered armor. Lobosuta. Oh, it's this one. They forgot to translate this one. Lobosuta. Oh. White belt coin. Oh, these are eating. Earrings. Dragon head. it's Fatalis armor. Why can I already see so far away? Blue jersey. What I had was event armor. Nothing I can make, right? So I don't think there's much I can do here for now, since I didn't really grind for things. I didn't really go farm items. I think, yeah, just try again. There must have been just a skill issue. Actually, I don't need to buy cold drinks. They gave 8 of them. Okay, I made sure that I ate. I have eaten. There shouldn't be much problem. I have eaten. I ate food. I should be stonk. Look at that, it's Inagami. Okay, there we go. Look at that. That's the health that I want. Oh, it's so slow. Green Tusk. Finally got around to emulating this on Linux, and it actually works. The only Masada game I've never played. Do people recommend using a public server or run locally? I am using a public server. I'm using the Rain Monster Hunter Frontier thing. I'm okay with just playing the game. I usually just take the quest and set the player count to 1, because I'm a solo player. That's why. But it really, if you want, main requirement is just make sure it works before I mess with the local servers. Oh, I never play a local server. It says that it needs some sort of a what do you call it again? When I chose local server, it says make sure Irupe is running, whatever that shit is. ERUPE. I don't know what that is. So I just joined a Japanese server because I'm Malaysian and Japanese is like closer to Malaysia. That's why. I think that's fine. I just get the quest and then I set the quest player count to 1 player and it works. I think it's fine. Yeah. But yeah, glad more people are playing this game. Or like I'm seeing a lot of people in Rain server. My fear is putting hundreds of hours into a save then server shutting down. Oh, and that already happened to me once. Yeah, the official game shut down in 2019. I cannot believe it. It's fine though. Otherwise, I have no issue using public servers. Oh, you're saying that like a public server can go down at any moment? Oh, that makes sense. Shit, then I honestly don't know. I only started playing this last night. I would hope this being a community server that they would give us a database of saves if they do that. Don't know what that means. I just play the game. I have no idea what those things are. See, the thing is when it comes to database stuff or anything that is like technical, my brain goes dead. If they close down, they'll first give us the saves, since they're safe on the server. Oh, that's what you meant. Oh, yeah, that would be great. Hey, sorry, Volganos, are you here? Yeet. Guess not. It's a goddamn fish. The fish that has so many death sentences. I hit you. That looks like it's gonna jump out. Hello, asshead. Oh no, wait, how tough are you? Oh Nelly, this is kind of bad. Still mouse better than Agnator. At least Agnator is cool. It has the big click 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 noises. I like it. And maybe some personal bias there, but you know, this one is just a fish. Yeah, annoying. I get that. I play Generation Ultimate and yeah, can't vouch for that. It's very annoying. No! Oh! Oh, it's a bullshit move. And goddamn, you better just strive for initial D, man. It's a new mode for me. I made 1,000 hours in Monster Hunter, but none in Frontier. Oh, even like the old Monster Hunter versions? Like 2 or 1? I never play any portable version of Monster Hunter because, well, my family or my parents doesn't allow me to get any portable devices. Or else I'll be chronically addicted to video games. So good on them, I guess. Been playing Monster Hunter since 2007 as a main game. Cool. I just play some Monster Hunter. I'm no veteran, but by all means I just play Monster Hunter for the dragons. I mean, I'm a Kobo. Oh, Nelly. The AoE is insane though. Oh, you can mix it up? This bitch, I swear to God. Finish all the game multiple times, or the addiction for a while. This bitch, I swear to God. If only I can stay on the ground, that would be great. Do it again. I still got hit. It's too long. Thanks, game. I might be dead. Oh, no stun? Oh. Fucking Phantom Range, this bitch. Oh no, I lost food effect. I'm actually abandoning. Can I abandon? Retire. Let's retire. I mean, I only got addicted to World and Rise. Yeah, I played them both quite a lot, and then recently been addicted to Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. But some of the things in the game pissed me off, so I kind of stopped playing it for a little bit. But I'll still get back to the game someday. And then now I realized that there is a Monster Hunter Frontier, which is like one of my favorite things. I have to say, Frontier is one of my favorite Monster Hunter. There's so many dragons, so many cool looking dragons in this game. I haven't bought the... I haven't subscribed to this game back then. Where's my least played? Recently decided to give it another try. Also bought Iceborne. It's all I played for a couple of weeks. Going to G rank the other day, but got a bit burned out. That's fair. Yeah, honestly, play the game to have fun until like when you feel like you're not having too much fun playing the game, stop for a little bit. It's good for your health. Like if a game pisses me off too much, just stop. See, the thing is, I play Tekken so much, it helped me learn that thing. No. I've low started saved. I want to gain 2% not to after a hunt, so I just need to put them down for a bit. Yeah, the game is there forever. You can get back to it. Frontier is the only one that would be new to you. All the portable ones from PSP, DS, 3DS. Yeah, I never played those. MS Masanto DOS mode. This one? Yeah. Yeah, it's very hard and tedious, but it has a charm to it. You know what I mean? It has a certain charm. Alright, I need to kill that shit. Which is your favorite and main weapon? Oh, this one? Oh wait, no, DOS. Hunting Horn main. The one since Monster to P2 and G. Oh, Monster Hunter Portable too. And Monster Hunter Generations. The Japanese Monster Hunter Frontier. That's how I started. I never really played Hunting Horn. I like support, but I just like to heal. Such a weird thing. Where my lens? This one. Oh, Freedom Unite. Oh, sorry, I don't know much about Monsanto. The G rank of Freedom 2 Portable 2. I only know I played Monsanto 2, this one, and then skipped to World and Rise. Essentially anything that is like a portable console, I could never touch them. I'm not Japanese, but it just got out of time and I was a fresh PSP player. And each one came out the next year, I played it a lot. I played the Chinese version of this one. I forgot to eat. Fuck. I mean, Chinese for me is a lot easier to understand. Did I eat? I forgot. Oh, I ate. Okay. Fuck. Ganasai. Okay, let me get the goddamn quest again. Alright, fucking fish. Do you sell armor skin? Nope, but you sell poison. Can I eat this? Wait, don't eat it. You do a seed. Do you sell catalyst? Oh, you do. Okay, free. I love this game. You can just do everything so easily. 999. 999. Just, yeah, why not? It's fine. And then they started me off with a bunch of... No. Where's the ticket? This one. 30k check? It's not 30k check when it costs 50k. Thanks for the money. Did I buy catalyst? I did, right? Oh wait, I need to get the recipe out first. So, combine both. Oh my god, you have a quest, you cannot do that? You cannot combine with... What? Motherfucker, okay. I cannot believe there's so many weird restrictions. Just take one, eat them for fun. I already bought it, why not just use them? Just eat one, even though they're limited, not permanent. Just... I started this yesterday. You have rectal stuff, how much did you play? Oh! Only a few hours! You'll be surprised! HR2 has a lot of elder dragons for you to fight. Welcome to Monster Hunter Frontier, where you get to meet a lot of cool looking dragons and HR2. Yeah, it's very different. A lot of people are saying that this game is like a spin-off of Monster Hunter, which I don't understand. It's not really a spin-off, I feel like. But yeah, the progression is very different. Shy! Yeah, it's quite different. Although I thought... Okay, yeah, Monster Hunter is not really MMO. But this one, a little bit. Hello, Shy. Dova, hello. Welcome. What were you playing? Oh, Lua Lua. Oh, how was League of Legends? Any wins? Or did you play Aurelian Soul? Or someone else? This is important question because Aurelian Soul, Aurelian Soul #1. Obviously, Dragon. I remember me playing League of Legends only for a little bit, just because of Aurelian Soul. Any wins, but even more losses. No soul tonight. I'll be playing Aram? Aram? I don't know what Aram is, but... Soul is fun though, but I do miss the OG Soul. OG Soul? Did they change something? Did they change my lovely Aurelian Soul? At some point? My dragon got changed? They changed Soul at some point. Shit. I just wish Soul still says like boop. There's so many boops. Soul no longer has the orbs that surround them or any of the original moveset. What the fuck? What makes Soul Soul then? So Soul will not say boop anymore? I will cry. Because when the star hits something, Aurelian Soul will just be like boop. Oh yeah, also welcome in Raiders. I'm Tiara, I'm a Kobo, I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games, I do art every Monday. Welcome, I hope you are doing good. And also thanks for raiding again. Appreciate. Where's the fish? And so now a fire-breathing dragon that has a gravity field and drop meteors. I thought that's what Soul does. Maybe they changed? Oh wait. The big boy for Aurelian Soul used to be like a straight line cosmos breath or something like that. Oh, fish. My ears are bleeding. Where's my seed? Alright, I'm eating seeds, asshole. I don't like this fish. This fish needs to die. Oh, you didn't do it. I'm getting schmixed. No, you didn't do it again. Shit blocked. The only thing remotely resemblant of the original kit is their movement ability. That lets them breathe fire without cooldown. Oh! So like, a Radiant Soul can still use the third skill to move around the arena. With no cooldown? Oh, unblockable. Schmicks. Ooh, very delayed. Uh-oh, here comes the bullshit. Oh, very risky. Fireball? Fireball? Yeah. I'm dead. Look at the spear this monster has. The move has CD, but Fire Breath doesn't when using the move. Oh. Okay, we take the tremor. Schmicks? Aha. Oh. Oh. Don't even need paintball for this shit. Jira toaster getting toasted. A Jira toaster. I hate this fish. I don't like the fish. I crave fish fillet tonight. I want to fillet this fish. Make it into fish and chip. Maka idea. Woo! What the fuck is so loud? Why'd you come back? Good for me, I guess. Why do you have Diablo's tail move? Do it again. Woo. I don't even care about your part breaks and shit, I just want you dead. That's a block. I should have died there. That's not a block, that's my back. Jump. It's funny, right? Using fire weapon go against Lamasioth or Borganos. That looks like a mining place. It is free. Cool. Give me Dragonite, please. That works. Oh. Bomb. Don't think that hits. Pool drink now? Okay. Sometimes I love the old control scheme. Using right analog stick to fight, to attack, is such a weird feeling, but also a welcome one. It feels weird, but I don't hate it. Or oh, unblockable, ow. I just got milk. Oh, hi. Hi, Evie. Bullshit.
Emotional damage.
Come on, drink. I'm dead. Do it again. Had a feeling. Look how much this fish can steer. Fuck. Fireball? Whoa, did you just do 2 hits at once? It's gonna take a while to kill. Hey, Firestone, nice. Hey, fuck! Apa kamu buat ni? Okay, all good, all good. Oh, okay. The worlds you're going to, which are primarily lobbies of sort, they share a character, right? To my knowledge, yeah. Essentially, you're choosing a character to play when you're launching the game with the launcher, right? Oh my god, I thought it's unbreakable. Or unblockable, sorry. Ah, not this time, bitch. I'm ready. Nah. I know that the... Sorry, I cannot read. Oh! Oh, chao gana ka garu chuai. Oh my god. This bitch, I swear to god. Ryan Lee, hi. How's the frontiering? Getting bullied by a fish, apparently. You could see a lens mate. I play all melee weapons, I think, I would say. But I rarely play lance. I heck and love sword and shield though. And great sword and long sword. And yeah, hi. Welcome in. Okay, it's going up, it's going up. Oh! Do you know what that is on the top left corner? That 2 things? Do you know what that is? Looks like I can do something with that, but I don't know what. Hey! Ah, fuck! I'm trying to capture! Alright, I'll take it. Oh no, wait, bye-bye map. Organo's Fang. Just call it Lava Seoff. What is this? This looks like Lava Seoff. Actually, it is Lava Seoff, isn't it? What kind of shell? This one. Oh, 4 times? Nice. Organos is this Japanese name. Oh, that makes sense. If you hold down the guard button, you get AoE guard. Oh, area guard. Oh, I have to press this and square. Oh, that's cool as fuck. Whoa. cannot wait to get the extreme style. I can run around with my weapon. I love how you have suddenly some Japanese words there. I don't know what that is. What me are? Miam? Miamu? I can only read the Chinese words. 密云特点3.0倍。Pardonia. Have you made your cat yet? My cat is called Kobo. They give extra rolls for break rewards. Extra rolls for break reward? Oh, like extra items? That's good. And then my bird is called Heck. Heck. Wait, let me show you my Heck. No, wait, I forgot to change. It's okay, I can eat first. Ginger Fox TV, hi. Welcome. Cobalt, cute cat. Who's the cat? I don't see a cat. Oh wait, I see a cat. Hello. Somewhere. In the screen. Wings. Makai. How about your own hunter NPC? Do I want that? I don't know. I mean, it looks cool. Can I choose to not bring them if I make one? Because I vaguely remember that I can make one back in 2017 or something. Cupboard. Hi. 最近すがり強くwhat 気がするにゃ。でも未来と Okay, I don't know what it's like. にwhat い時がいい what はI don't know how to read Japanese. It's fucking difficult. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty good. Enjoying this game a lot, albeit I got bullied by a fish. Can set the quest to 2 people. Oh, I've been setting the quest to 1 people. Oh, that's why there's no cat. So if I want to bring along cat, I need to put it as 2 people? Question mark? I cannot wait to make a very long sword and shield. Very long sword and shield. My support. God, it's been way too long. I don't even know how this game works anymore. Come here, Heck. Come here. Come on, Heck. Yeah, look at that. It's Heck. Eat Heck. Eat Heck. Bird. Do you wanna eat? You still can eat. What the fuck? You are never hungry? Yo. Do you have an intellect now? Oh, you do. How do I make my bird hungry? Gonna wait. Arbitrary wait time? I'm not surprised. It's MMO. That makes sense. Alright, now we've seen Heck. Oh my god, wait, last night I was playing, I saw the name No Life, and then now I'm playing, I'm still seeing the name No Life. True to their name. What can I say? Mad respect to that person. Much respect. What can I say? Shogun Senator. Wait, what boss? Kobo gets. It's a bird smooch, but I'll take it. Not dragon. I'll also take it. And Shogun is not that bad, right? Maybe before I regret this. Seek help of collisions? None. Password? Has. Has. Password 1. Alphanumeric character. Oh, so I can just be like, oh, whoa, Dragon 69. Oh fuck, Dragon 69. I know. I'm childish, okay? Wow, you say I'm not. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I much prefer dragon. I want to look at Ruko Diora. Kobo! Oh my god, that's how I need to bring my cat. My kitty is very nervous, it says. Old pickaxe? Who am I fighting again? Oh no, I cannot read that. I don't know who I'm fighting. But I'm gonna assume once I topple this monster, I can mine it. I don't wanna guess. What? I need hot drinks? Shit. Yeah, they did not give me hot drinks. Now, who needs hot drinks? It's fine. Oh crap, right, Shogun! I forgot, Shogun Senator is who I'm fighting. Time to get killed by Crab. Crab. Oh my god, it's fucking Moki. No, I don't want Moki. Mati lah kau. Aha. Don't do it. Did I just get hit still? Oh, you can do that. You just killed the pig. Hello, get down please. Oh, cool. That's a new thing I've never seen before. Hope you like fire. Don't do it. Hello, I'm 10 kilometers away from you. Don't go, a bird, why? God, careful with these things, holy shit. Wait, why can I not aim for you? Oh, there it is. The controls, I'm still questioning my life sometimes. Reflection lens. What's a reflection lens? Oh, do I reflect damage with each block? Brother, I'm cold. Brother. Sejok sangat, apa kamu buat? Okay, thank you. Bitch. No, Kobo. Ow. Ow. Don't do it. Don't do it. No, bye-bye. Is this here? Nope. That's not the way out. Wait, that is the way out. Oh! I'm sorry! Oh. Where's that water coming from? Ass. Ass. I love how my Kobo, the Kobo is talking a bunch of trash right there. Talking shit to the monster. I respect that. Hey, it's not lunchtime. Whee! Oh! Whee! Are you angry? I'm playing so safe right now. Oh! Nope. Disregard what I said. Don't do it. Save me, tree. Save me. I'm small. Save me, tree. What? Uh-oh. Oh, unblockable. Can I stay in the ground? Can I stay on the floor? Unless I'm playing Tekken, I have to press the button to stay on the floor. Wait, Kobo. Kobo, why are you here? Wait, Kobo, that's me, but still. Super guard. Super guard. Super guard. Oh, too late. Super. Okay, maybe not. I'm sorry. Am I actually getting stun locked? I cannot do anything about it. I'm pressing all the buttons I can. was actually getting attacked, block stun blocked. Why am I playing Street Fighter? You can set them whilst guarding. If you guard and hold the evade button while moving. Oh, you can. Oh, that's weird. Oh. Oh, that's weird. See, I love Capcom shit sometimes. They don't teach you stuff. They teach you the fundamentals, and then they'll be like, "Oh, that's it. Good luck out there," and then leave you to figure out most of the things, like the advanced techniques. I love that. That's cool. Super guard. Oh, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Saya tak suka kau. We just do it the same place? I assume that's like a reflection damage. This one? That's cool. A bird is trying to kill me. Bird is actively trying to kill me with the bomb placement. Okay. Shmish. My kitty said something about part breaking. I assume we broke apart. Oh, it is reflection damage. Oh my god, that's so cool. Wait, that's never a thing in the other games at all. There's never like a reflect damage. God, Monster Hunter Frontier is like the goat of Monster Hunters. Whee! We left a bit of a refraction kill. Oh, that's not a crack. That's a tree. Fake. Oh, I love the music. It's so good. Oh, I wanted to kick the thing. I wanted to kick it. We love reflection kill. Batonya item, nice. Batonya. Wait, my Batonya rank is 31. That's way stronger than I do. Way stronger than I am, excuse me. Make a person NPC got the rest bar, reach on the right stairs. Do I really have to though? I have to spend so many time making another character. Or can I just like random it? Can I roll a random on it? Do I really have to make a rest bar? Yeah. Me? So what? Me shikashi de? Oh, Moshikashite. Oh, sorry, that's Mo, not me. Dane? I cannot read that shit. John Smith. Oh my god, it's John Smith. Maybe you should be the Bardonia. I don't mind being a Bardonia. So NPC's weapon will be whoever you talk to. I would recommend going for a Sword and Shield or DS, because they can be status bots. Oh. Can I not make my own? Not functional, I know. Unlock Rasta features, escort enable. Enter? Take materials. Fuck. This guy's fucking pumped. Speak to the people down there. Look for one that has a weapon you like. Each for their main weapon. Oh. You are Doublet. You are Gunlen. You are Bow, I think. You are Pizza Cutter. You are... Oh wait. Oh, you're a real player. I'm sorry. Oh wait, that's not a real player. You are... That looks like a longsword. Why is no one at the left side of the place? I will never run out of money anymore. Are you Sword and Shield? Oh, is that a dual blade? Wait, are you a Sword and Shield? No, this looks like dual blade. Then... Oh, are you Tonfa? I think this is Tonfa. This is... Bow. That's bow. This is Switch Axe. This is Longsword. This is... You're hiding a weapon. Oh wait, this is Longsword. That's Greatsword. Oh no, the pets and boobs. They are not lined up. No. I missed one pet and one boob. I cannot believe it. Hi, Brecky. Then choose partner option and go to the options. Of course, Tonfa. View status. Yes, Tonfa! Introduce to your partner and teach them the secrets of the weapon. You can't get Tonfa yet? Well, fuck it. Goodbye. No. I want Tonfa. Hi, John Smith. Bye, John Smith. Oh, it's Garan. It's not German. Yeah, not until G. Fuck, I need to spam quest. I need to be fast. Wait, Monoblast? Yes, kill. Wait, I haven't eat yet. Okay, no kill. They will get it later, but I can start with any other weapon for them. Oh. So they're essentially just like me. They cannot get extreme style yet, unless I get to G rank. Like me. Makai. Okay, go. Wait, combine. If I need to speed run, I need to bulk combine. I forgot I couldn't bulk combine because I need to combine things here. 2 items. This plus Manadia Catalyst. Thank you. And then we have Catalyst plus this as well. And armor skin plus, what is that? Pale extract. Yeah, pale extract to get mega. But don't think I'm going to make Mega yet. It's fine. Okay, tolong tolong. Okay, thank you. Where'd they go? Oh, I took it. Hope you're doing good, Bracky. The music's so good, right? Have you played this one before? Monster Hunter Frontier. One of my favorite Monster Hunter. It's been 3 hours. Rest your eyes for 15 minutes each hour. Don't lose track of time in the world of Monster Hunter. I won't. I already did. I won't. Oh wait, only one person can join this quest? Achieve main objective. Ooh, okay, spicy. Where's honey? Here. Herb plus something into potion, I think? I could have combined it. Okay, fine. Just bring... Okay, honey, just drink mega potion. I have potion, so I can technically have 20 mega potion. And I have first aid mat. Okay, drink the first aid mat. If not, drink the mega potion afterwards. All good, I got this. I've never played this game. Ooh, this game has so many good looking dragons. I cannot wait to show you some of them. HR2, you have a lot of elder dragons that you can fight. I have to fight in the cold again. I see sad girls on the loading screen. Am I already sold? Yeah, right? Steve! We like Steve. Let's fight in the cold, it's fine. I'm probably gonna lose all stamina, but it's all good. Have to be quick, so let's drink some Psycho Serum. Oh! I should go eat some food. Food sounds good. Yeah. Go get food. Food, good. Did it run away? What the fuck do you want? Hey man. I'll drink one more. Oh, Psycho Serum doesn't last long at all. It only lasts for like a few seconds. I think 5 seconds, 10 seconds. It was 35°C yesterday. It was probably winter temperature for you, but for me it was too hot. Oh shit, you're right. 25 sounds really good. But honestly, today is quite cold because it has been raining for a bit. This monobloss, I swear to God. Here? Really? Don't go! Oh my God! It leaves no trace. I'm out of Psycho Serum. Great. He came back just to be nice, I know, right? Thank you, Monoblast. What was that? What's the instant attack? Oh, cool. What the fuck is going on? I'm on your feet. Can I block this? Oh no, I should have hold on a little bit longer. What the fuck is going on? Okay, so it's quite slow. The classic charge. Let me carve real quick. No, don't do it! Why? Oh, good. Aww. I can attack. I like reflection damage. Wee. Who wins? Okay, you win, you win. That's like a half-ass roar. I think the music is too loud. Tail swipe? I had a feeling. I have to be quick. I don't have hot drinks anymore. Yay! What? That didn't hit me. Help! Oh, that didn't hit me again. Get robbed, bitch. Get robbed. Get absolutely robbed. Genpray. Ooh, that's a lot faster now. Don't do it. Chill! No, I may be dead. Save me, Genpray, save me. Or... Aha. He's gaming. Oh, that feels good. Yeah, just block. I'm waiting. Oh, that's so cheesy. Oh, that was instant. I have to work on stuff but lazy? Same. I'm always lazy as well. Whoa. What was that? What was that again? Do it again? I may be dead. Just block for now. Okay. Sheep, run away. Oh. Dude, Mega Potion's OP? That's almost full my health. Yay. What? How active is that? I'm actually dead. That is so fucking active, it's insane. No. I'm destroying my controller to save myself. Okay. Oh no. Dash. Did you stop midway? What? Really? I didn't think I'm doing that much damage. It could be going to sleep. I'm gonna try fighting Ruko Diora with my current set. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna die 10 times over, but I just want to look at Ruko Diora a little bit. Yeah, because Ruko Diora. Who doesn't like Ruko Diora? Why you no EP? Oh no. Jangan bunuh saya takut-takut. Come on. Come on. No! Fuck! Okay, we good. What are you doing? Are you... Why are you clowning so hard right now? I pressed square, excuse me? I'm dead. When I'm being the clown, oh my god, I'm right in the middle. Square! I'm dead. Oh, thanks. But I'm dead though. Oh, thanks because I didn't waste my shock trap. Square! Oh my god, square. I'm mashing square so hard. I swear to god. Oh, you decided to... Oh, that whipped? They know, they absolutely know. That's the thing. They 200% know what I'm trying to do. And they're at the loading screen. Maybe. Come on. Oh, eat shit, bitch! Wait, they're not hidden. Thanks! Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no, it's missing was it running away as you place the trap. I experienced that way too many times when playing Generation Ultimate. It feels like shit. Like in Frontier, when they're limping, they don't run away. If at all. They just limp and still attack you. It's so weird. Bitch. Right? I would assume when they limp, they would go to sleep, but so many times in this game when they're limping, they continue to attack me. They continue to fight. They never give up. Which is very admirable, to be honest, but I want them to limp and then go back to sleep so that I can capture them with ease. But it never happens. Oh, what is that? Oh, Rulo's sword. Used by a village chief, considered a symbol of his heroism. Sells for 1k, huh? That's 1k of shiny. Actually, I want to be fast, so let's take one Demon Drug and one Armor Skin. I wish I could get back into Monster Hunter. I'm just not a gamer anymore. Oh, I see, you don't play games anymore, or you don't spend as much time playing games anymore? Safe item set. Baisk. I cannot spell. I spell it as Baisk. I was trying to say basic. I only play games when I stream, rarely otherwise. Oh. Even on stream, I do art pretty often. Yeah, I saw. Love your art though. Really good stuff. I guess I'm still very addicted to video games. Very. Even though I don't have a lot of time for myself when I don't stream. Usually I just go do family stuff. Service course free? Thank you, kitty. This happens sometimes. Did you see my first attempt at painting? Not really. Did you show it? My first attempt of drawing was about 10 years ago, I think. It was pretty shit. I was tracing too, mind you. I was tracing a picture of a suit and then failed miserably. It was painting instead of drawing. Oh, painting! Right. Oh, painting is very impressive though. Very, very impressive. Two more. Duragawa, the frozen tower. I guess I need hot drinks for this. Oh, this is the cold top. I didn't mean to drink that, but okay. I cannot make that drinking noise. Or like eating noise. Is that bounce bomb? Sonic bomb? Oh, it's barrel bomb L. Must be like a crazy one that eats everything. Send off Discord. Oh, okay. I think it turned out pretty good, but I had a friend look over it and tell me some really good advice on what to improve. Oh, that's really nice, yeah. I do love me a bit of a constructive criticism sometimes when I do art. Although sometimes it can, you know, it makes me feel sad when my art is, you know, but then again, it's like a bit of a... I still love constructive criticism, even though sometimes I feel a little bit sad when someone says that, oh, your art is not that good, but then they give me criticism, it's like, okay, thanks. At least they try to help, you know, at least they try to help. Other, you know, there is the person who's like, oh my god, that looks like shit. And it's like, okay, what can I improve on? Everything. It's like, fuck you, get out! That kind of person sucks. Ooh, wait, my things are gonna get stolen. Itty, hi! Oh my god! Hi, Itty. Nomor 9, okay. Who are you fighting? Diragawa? How are the monsters? Very nice. And got bullied by a fish though. Who is you? Oh my god, you look so cool and you are the loudest monster by far and I like it. You look so fucking good though. God damn. What the fuck? That's a new stun state. Yeah, I was talking about this. In Monster Hunter Frontier, there's a lot of different stunts. They, like, or like they shout at you and then you're covering the ear state. A lot of different ones. It's very, very cool. Asparagus boy. Oh, you're right. Look at the tail. Asparagus. Oh no, what the fuck? Yep. Yes, they're very cool animations. I remember I was fighting Guanzo Rumu and then they shout and then they shout and then like I got I was quivering at the floor and then covering our ears. That's like so cool. It's so different. Double, fair enough. Hi, Toys R Us. This thing looks intense. And the speed? Oh, you look like Barrier. That's why. The speed. Going in. Cha. Another one. I respect that. Oh no. Oh damn, we are so cool though. I never seen this one before. Or maybe I did, I just don't remember. But gosh diggity dang, you're like the coolest thing so far. Woohoo. Get strong blocked. Whoa. I thought that's unblockable. Oh, it's your weakness. Okay. Oh. Why is it delayed? Ow! Oh, your head is that tough? Oh, thank you. Oh my god, that is like 10 years of... I'm surprised I can block this attack. And I cannot block fish flop. when you strong block, it gives you the effect of guard 2. Whoa. Guard 2 means less stamina consumption, less whatever that is, 你被打的时候啊，然后他们弹的时候你不会飞太远，是不是？Another one. There it is. And then the breathing. Why? Yeet. Oh no. Double spin. How did it whiff? I'm gonna refund, even though I got this game for free. Boy, nice. I love how the cat would tell you that you broke a part. Like, nice part break, partner. Lamau. I'm just here sharpening and drinking. Asparagus tail. Why? I'm broken. Another putt break. Oh! We dodged that, but cannot dodge the second hit. That hurt! Chill. I mean, you're already chill as fuck, I know, but still. Ooh, new attack? Double spin? No? Oh! One tap is... Hey. Who likes bombs? Oh! Can I do like a guard pose? Monsters doesn't trigger bombs, that's weird. Angry again? Oh, I'm out of stamina. That's fast. Oh. Oh, wait, you're asleep. That's amazing. I might be dead. Save me. Wake me up. Wake me up inside. Oh, I'm not dead. I wish I could stay on the ground. I wish I could stay on the ground. Why is staying on the ground not a thing? Whoa. Hey, I forgot this is a thing. It definitely puts me right here. Yes, I remember now. I was surprised, but then I'm not. For a split second, I was like, oh no, fuck. Do I not have rations? Oh wait, there it is. Alright, this is tough, but I got this. It's so cute though. It's actually just asparagus. Oh, you can cancel blocks. I just realized. Another one. Hi. Oh, it's behind me. Why? I didn't know you have no recovery on that one. What? Who wins? Sleep stack? I'm surprised. I thought you'd be like freezer stack or something. Duragawa. Dura. You know, if you speak Cantonese and then you say du. Hey. Essentially, "diu" is just a bad word in Cantonese. "Diu." Oh, my sunburn is healing. Nice. It's been like a week, I think. Now my sunburn is finally healing. All the skins are peeling off. Oh, 바톤이야. One diff. Nice. I want to try fighting Ruko. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna die 10,000 times, but it's okay. I want to get bodied. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get bodied. I just want to look at Ruko. Now, if I can win, I might as well just make a Ruko armor stack, right? Why not? Do I still play Lance against Ruko? I feel like a bad choice. I feel like I need a lot more mobility. Maybe I should make a new Sword and Shield. Probably. Let me see what kind of Sword and Shield I can make. Sorry. Gold Radiant? What the fuck? Lao San Long. Fatality Scale. Lao San Ruby. Not much of a weapon I can make. Yeesh. Oh. Oh, in the old games you can actually upgrade to change its weapon. This one can change into dual blade. Oh fuck, I can't remember now. Yes. Oh. Yes. Whoa. Sunstone. Earth crystal. This one is like cheaper. Yeah, this one is cheaper. Yes. Tidal dagger. Please your weapon. Velocity drum head. 224. 182. I'm not gonna upgrade to this one. Oh wait, this one is water element. I'll keep it like this first. Premium weapons. I have no idea what these are. Right, let me try fighting against a Ruko Diora. Hehe. Hehe. This one. Defend Ruko Diora Assault. It's in Interceptor space. Huh. Revert Ruko Diora's claw, skill, and horn. Zero base durability. Oh, I'm trying to base defend. Doesn't require a contact fee? Sure. Let's do it, baby. Let me look at Ruko Diora. Whoa. Whoa, that's a lot of heals. Max potion? Bombs? Life powder? That's a lot of items. Infinite slash. R2 archery. That's infinite? Oh, archery. Oh, infinite slash. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, you sheath with R1? You sheath with... Oh wait, is it not here? Wait, there's no ration. He ran away. Oh my god, there it is! Wow, that's so cool! Oh my god, it's a dragon! I'm gonna cry. No, wait. Right, that's your music, I forgot. And you have magnetic power. Oh my god. I'm locked in. I'm trying my damnedest.
Okay, what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better leave for me in the next 2 minutes.
Hi, numbers. I'm locked in. I have to try hard. I'm not getting affected by... I think I am not getting affected by magnetic powers. Oh wait, I am. Okay, just a little bit. Oh, shit. Oh, this hurts so much. How many times? 5? Oh. Yeah, missing sword and shield is like easy to control. I'm so used to pressing square to sheath my weapon. I need this. Please give it to me. Paradox of the mind, hi! Welcome, welcome. Yip like you'll yip the pencil and I'm yipping! I'm yipping hard! Oh, that's a reaction. I'm not even trying to go for the tail, I just want to like go for the kill. Ooh.
Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Instant? Another one? Also, hi numbers. Also, hi again, EP. Hi everyone. I'm looking at dragon and my brain stopped working. You are getting angry? Laser? Shit. It's going away? Okay. Ooh, I'm locked in though. I'm actually locked in. Look at all these cuties and all the cuties. Especially Numbers, Nexus, and Iggy, and everyone. Another one. Forgot about the tail swipe. No, I used the wrong button! Damn, it spared me. Why would they bring back these cool looking dragons? Holy shit. Magnetic powers? Trying to kill you with magnetic kinetic powers? Only by Ruko Diora, excuse me? That's cool. Almost got greedy. I wanted it, I wanted it. I did trio 5 times? That's cute. Woohoo! Oh my god, I'm getting sucked in. I'm getting sucked in. This is bad. Hi, Dinophos. I may be dead. Oh my god! And then, not the second time, buddy. I didn't know it didn't give ration. That's a reaction. Don't forget I can block. Oh, base is slowly breaking. Oh! I rolled the wrong way. Stupid! I'm eating this. I'm actually trying really fucking hard. I'm entirely locked in. I don't want to lose this one. I might be dead. Okay, you spared me, No. My character is hungry though. There's no food. I didn't bring food. I didn't know they didn't give any rations. And Kobos are adorable. They are. And so is Shinik. I love Shiniku. Ow. Oh, I should roll that. Let's go. Oh, your tail is too high up. What the fuck? There's no way! Did they make this game easier? Like the private server, did they? I don't believe it. There's no way. Maybe because this is HR2 version of the monster? But it gives legit Rucodiora items. I don't believe it. I remember it took me so long just to tackle this monster back then. I'm sorry, I'm just a little bit in disbelief right now that I just... No way though. Kobo killed Dirk? How could you? No. Now look, I didn't kill a Dirk. It was a play fight. The dragon is like, oh, you killed me. Oh, yeah, because I'm a Kobo. They're gonna play fight with a Kobo, you know? Yeah. Oh my god, they give legit Rookie Diora items. I'm in a tad bit of disbelief right now because I cannot believe I just won. I mean, I know I said I locked in, but still, I don't think it's much of a difference if I locked in or not. I could farm the armor though then. I could actually farm the armor. Wait, I could? Oh fuck! Wait, let me look at the armor set. Dirk Violence. Aha, I'm a kobold. GG. That was a good one. That was a good one. Good GG. GG good. I need to find it. Radiant Reckless, Lysia, Diablos, Basarios, Monoblos. Is there no... Oh hey, look, it's Lavasioth. Is there actually no Rucodiora armor? It's just a cool looking dragon? There's no fucking way though, there has to be some. Whoa. Raviente, that's a cool... Oh my god, that's a cool ass thing! Yo! The Raviente, I'll keep in mind. Hmm? Oh, it's just asparagus! Oh no! Oh, there it is, Rucodiara. It's easy to make. It's high in defense. Doesn't this break the game? A lot less skills though. Doesn't that really... Really? I could break the game if I just make Rucodiara's armor. Shit. Abiorubu. Wait, for real? For real? It only took like minimum effort. Now, do I dare make a Rucodiara armor? Early on? I do. Because why not? How about Rucodiara's weapon? Could there be a Rucodiara's weapon? Oh, hey, look. It's a long sword and shield. It's a very long sword and shield. Yeah, see? They have... it's either great sword and shield or long sword and shield. God, I love this game. Oh no, kata. Who is this? Oh. Oh, and then you have very short. Hey, why? It's so sad. Who would use this? Oh. Oh, it's Rucodiara's armor. There it is. Weapon, sorry. Oh. Oh. Wait, that is strong. The dragon and paralysis? I know what to do tonight. Oh no! Oh no! I can break the game early! Oh no! That looks like Espina's weapon. Is there no longsword for this? See, the thing is, if I make Rocodiora's full set... if I make Rocodiora's full set armor and weapon, I think I can pretty much breeze through the game, easy. Lunastra, Daura. Whoa. Whoa, this amount of status and it's only rare 1. Oh, sorry, it's rare 3. Omoe Naki Nata. Very long. Oh, there it is. It's long. And the sharpness sucks. But the damage is fucking insane though. What? It's rare? Rare 5. Oh, it's only rare 5. Yeah, you know what? I do know what I want to do tonight. after dinner. After dinner, I'll just farm this. And then I just breeze through the game so that I can look at more cool looking dragons. Because why the fuck not? I'm gonna look so cool tomorrow when I play. Oh, when I play this game. Okay, in the meantime, let me go get more quests done. I'll get the HR quest done. Oh hey, look, someone made the Rocodiora armor set as well. Oh wait, no, it's a Rocodiora weapon, I think. Quest gear. Oh no, it's actually Rocodiora armor. Rocodiora's head, chest, legs. Ratalos's a little bit. I think it's intended, isn't it? I think it's intended. Last one, right? Urenzeburu in Highlands. I'm pretty sure Highlands is cold, right? I think Highlands is cold. Let's do one more before I go get dinar. Oh wait, I haven't eaten yet. Give me food. Give me food. Food. An enjoyable meal. Oh yeah, can I? Oh, I cannot look at the menu anymore. But there's such a thing as decreasing all your stats. You can get stat decrease on your food, and it's amazing. Another dragon I've never seen before. Urenzeburu. What is that weapon? I want to listen to Inagami's music. Ow! My ears, what the fuck? More bam. Swing shoe is pretty easy to control. You can run away like this. And I keep accidentally eat something. I'm so used to just press square to sheath weapons, but press square just use items immediately. Good. Good. Wait, they make cute noises? Are those goat noises? I don't know. Good. Oh, just one more. I love how if I don't press dash, if I don't press dash, that's the speed of climbing. It's kind of funny. Who? What? Where? Oh, hi! You look fierce as fuck! Water? Okay. Oh my god, I'm so glad I ran away. That looks painful. Tough hit. What are you doing? 360? Don't do it. Oh, your attacks are very slow. Whoa. Oh. It's a huge area. Be like HR2, you get a lot more. You get a lot more cool-looking dragons to fight against. Not saying that Generations Ultimate is bad. It's just saying that the grind on the boring stuff is too much. Like this shit is not boring. This is a cool-ass looking dragon. Like look at that. Goddamn. Generations Ultimate just let you fight the boring things for too long. HR2, you get to fight Lao San Long in this game. Woohoo! Slam? Oh, run away. Okay. I forgot the paintball. I forgot to armor skin in Demon Drag. I can make infinite amount of armor skin and demon drug in this game. It's amazing. Now, if you know what you're doing, this game really benefits from that. Whee! Whoa. Oh, that hits me from behind. Look at Kobo's best invention. Bomb. What are you trying to do? Ooh. Come on, hit the bomb. Do you not hit the bomb? I think monsters cannot trigger bomb. Right. Yeah, they don't. Fine. Oh my god, I should roll it. I'm wild, I'm wild. I rolled it again. Oh, wait, I'm destroying my controller. Oh, thank you, kitty. I almost died. Welcome back, Burp. I just got back from a quest outside. Nice. Hopefully the quest is a big success. Have I ever greeted you when you were here just now? I don't remember. I hope I did. Even if I didn't. Hi again, Burp. Hope you're doing fantastic. This thing is harder to fight than Ruko Diora, excuse me? There's no way this thing is harder to fight than Ruko Diora. Can I not get him from here? Thanks, game. I'll just slowly climb up. Slowly climb up. It was successful. Had to find a Hydra, but I got it. Oh, nice. A Kobo, the Merp so strong can win against a Hydra. Alright, Hydra is not necessarily a dragon, right? They are dragon-like, but they are not in the dragon category. But they do look like a dragon for me, though. Hydra not Dirk? Oh. They wish. They wish they are Dirk. Shh, don't. Bomb. That shit is tall as fuck. Oh, I found it. Block archery down, okay. So block right stick down is shield bash. 2 hits. That looks pretty cool. Yep. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I'm trying to stun you, not you stunning me. Yikey beaky. Yeah, oh my god. Hyperspace tackle? Hyperspace tackle? I'm a bit dead. But I don't wanna. Oh my god, bug. No death. Kobolds never die. Woohoo! Goddamn the damage. My buddy, you're stronger than a Ruko Diora. What the fuck? Slam. Oh, that's not a slam. Slam. Oh, ran away, okay. My kobold keep talking like a real, like how a kobold should be. Lots of talking. Oh, it's blocked off. So it keeps changing path. It keeps going from 4 to 6 to 6 to 4. And because I cannot go from straight 4 to 6, I have to go from 4 to 5 and 6, and then 6 to 5 to 4. This bitch know what he's doing. Merp, I'm going on a quest outside. We swap. Good luck, E.T. There's ad break going on, but good luck, E.T. Good luck with quest. Give shotgun? A shotgun is definitely gonna help. 100%. We love shotguns here. Everyone loves shotgun. Anyone says they don't like shotgun, they're lying. Oh no. Eldritch shotgun. I'm out of heals. Good luck with quests again, E.T. Oh, limb? Let's go. You. You. I pressed on button. Buruku horn. taking on with me? Take me. I can help. I don't know what I can do though. And Kobo can help. I think. Whoa. I'm climbing out slow motion. A lot of noises going on. What's going on? Cannot really see. Ah, finally a monster EP. It's so rare. I have to take care of these things though. Oh, are you not there? I have to kill them, or else they'll mess up my thing. Done. Apa kamu buat ni? Saya tak mau. Tak mau. Pukul kau. Pukul kau. Kozan duck? Kozan duck? What kind of mushroom is that? Oh. I love the flex. The flex. Heartbreak, capture. Oh, capture 2, main reward. That's... Oh, capture only gives 2 skills? That's not worth. Weird. What happened? Oh, urgent quest, right. I want to see who do I fight. Kenkitsuno Esupinasu. Oh, Espinas. It was like Esu. Actually read it right. What the fuck? Handhaving tree. Let's go. Urgent the higher rank. Congrats. Yeah. Now I just need to kill the Espinas. Espinasu. It is Espinasu. Sleeping Forest Lord. I love Esupinas. I think Esupinas is everyone's spirit animal or spirit dragon. Just 5 more minutes, let me sleep. Just 5 more minutes. Ah, I wanna sleep. God, I don't know if I have more time. at 6 p.m. I don't think I can. Okay, look at this guy's long sword. What the fuck? Oh, you can put exclamation mark in your name? Name on exclamation mark? Okay. Sleepy boy, we love SOP Natsu.
Shay!
Oh. Sharp Claw, Aqua Glow Jewel. Defense 1 stun. Quick resistance. Oh, tremor resistance. Okay. Quick resistance, terrain -1, snowball resistance -1. Why do they want to? Why do they want to minus things and plus other things? Backpacking, carrying. Oh, this is good. 5 backpacking. Oh, it's backpacking 2. Sunspire Jewel and Gypsy's Head. You must have gone from Hunter Navi. Oh, the Hunter Navigation. Yeah, I must have. Because I'm not even trying to get as much items. Hunter Navigation gives a lot of stuff here. These are the basics one. Oh, here. Check. Yase food. Ah, there it is. Aqua Glow Jewel. 30k check. This one. I don't know why I can get this one. Get to HR 200. I got it. Somehow I can take it, and then I got HRP ticket 4k. 100 of them. Bug. But we'll take it. In a great slaying. Tohatsuyo. Let's hunt, it says. Only one Raviente appears in the entire. Oh, Raviente! And all participants divided in many teams, multiple phases needs to deal cumulative damage to. Oh, it's like a siege! A siege in Monster Hunter World. Take part in the recurring 3 phases of Hunter's Party, receiving the rewards of Carving Quest. Register for the Helone Caravan starting from HR2. Okay. Ooh. From the Raviant material obtained from Carving Quest, you can make some special armor and special evolution weapons. Can be definitely strengthened, but this requires the gems obtained from the Great Slaying quest. Ooh, money. Take part in Great Slaying. Boss at the Palon Caravan. Slaying can be attended by 4 to 8 people. If the required number of people is reached, it can start voluntarily or will be forced to start at regular intervals. Only one party can participate in the Great Slaying in the land, so if the maximum number of participants have already been reached, you can participate in another land. If you have started attending, you can check the number of participants in the current party on the upper left of the HUD. Registration and participation will be recorded. Registration is maintained when moving to a land or logging out. Participation will be dropped. In addition, all participants can chat utilizing the Great Slaying chat. You can slay any type of Raviente to get this one. Okay. Experience the Great Slaying. Isn't this the same thing as taking part in it? Oh. Slay any type. Slay any type, okay. It's the heat up gauge. Am I playing Tekken? Whoa, look at the Takano! It's huge! Why do you look like Lao San Long? Let's do the support. Helps the slaying. The port cat will appear in the camp. Give necessary items. Oh, cool, thanks. Tranquilizer toadstool, large barrel bomb. Exchange some items. CP. That sounds wrong. Engo no dai dai mi? Hmm? I don't know what that means. So always pay attention aim to complete the sling. You can always be revived as long as the resurrection support is active. If you fail when the support is not active, the sling will result in a failure. You must check the icon carefully before the restoration support becomes invalid. Perform resurrection for the support cap. Win before the clock. Also, during the quest, the morale gauge will decrease over time. If it becomes 0, the quest will fail. It looks like a lot of failing condition. More money. Enjoy Hunter's Party. If you can proceed in the slaying until the final phase within the time limit and weaken the Raviante enough, slaying will be successful. Once the slaying is complete, all hunters who have registered to participate in the Great Slaying can proceed to the Hunter's Party phase. You can receive notes from the boss and participate in the Raviante's covering quest within 24 hours. Give some valuable items, but you first need to complete the Great Slaying to go in one. As for the reward received from the boss, regardless of completion of the slaying, you will receive reward according to the Great Slaying contribution points earned. Complete the slaying and do a carving quest. Evolution weapons, level 50. Violent Raviante, Berserk, and G rank evolution weapon. Looks like a lot of things that you can do. Device's story, which I don't really fucking care. Get to know the Tonfas. By getting the G rank, you'll be able to use the Tonfa. Clear chapter 8 to get to know the Tonfas. I need to do story to get Tonfa? No fucking way! I'm not gonna do the story. What do you think I am? I'm not even gonna look at the story. Hello? I'm here to look at cool looking, hot looking dragons, not to look at stories. Huh. That's how they did. You ultimately unlock the yes! Thank God, thank goodness. Thank you. You can try weapons and styles near bad. Yeah, but I don't want to spoil myself of the experience. I want to experience it firsthand when I earn it. When I earn the Tonfa, I want to earn it. Ooh. I want to bathe in the satisfaction of earning a weapon that I can use. It's such a different feeling, yeah. Why can't I use item sets? Wait, I can use item sets now. What? That was weird. But I don't think I can do another hunt. It's getting late. 6:06 PM. Yeah, I don't think I can, sadly. No. I'll play more of these tomorrow, but maybe tomorrow you guys might see some Ruko Diora weapons and armor. I don't know. You can automatically load an item set with the shoulder buttons. Oh! Wait, menu. Wait, move menu. L3. Whoa! Item sets. F control. Oh, LEL. Oh! Sorry, just Kobo things. Thank you, that actually helps a lot. I think I'll stop here. I don't need to save, right? It saves automatically. Bind F key. Hello and welcome. Really? Thank you. Assign combo. Item. Press F1 to F12 in the keyboard to assign or cancel. Oh, what if I'm using a controller, you bitch? Okay. And it comes in handy for combinations, so you don't have to go through the options to do it. Yeah, well, it's like a radio menu, right? In World, in Rise. They don't have that here. I have a keyboard, but I don't want to extend my hand to my keyboard and use the items. Ew. It's okay, I'll figure it out. Or don't use it entirely. I'm okay with both. The game will close. Yes, I'm sure. I am very sure. Hmm. Let me become big. That too, I know, right? Sometimes you're gonna be stupid to be clever. I need to be dumb to be clever sometimes. I love it. This one. Hmm. I love the music. It's so heckin' good. Oh, what? Wait, Tikaka is streaming now? Ooh. That's super early for Tikaka. Or super early here. Of course I have to rate Tikaka. I had no chance to rate Tikaka and now I do. Another wonderful kobold who does amazing kobold and dragon arts. Kobo reading Kobo, yeah. Hi Lex. Hello. Whoa. What do you mean connecting to chat? Is my stream dead? No? Oh no, it's here. It's just Twitch being dumb then. We're raiding Tikaka. Yeah. God, I love the music so much though. Ooh, it's so good. You know, I just realized I want to make a collar for a kobold. Like I want to model out a kobold. Excuse me, English. I want to model a collar for my kobold, but then because I have neck fluff, I don't think it's possible to make collar there. Or maybe make like a custom made collar, just like goes through the whole thing, including the fur. Like maybe. I've been thinking about it. I think it'll be kind of good. Anyway, let me summon Bernie real quick. Kobold's are reading all your dragon art. You know what? Let's use that one. Let's use that one. We're raiding Tikaka's dragon art. Also, I hope you're doing good, Lex. Let's summon Bernie. Hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. I have a coffee and I have a Discord where I spam a lot in Dragon Sipping Corner lately because I have a little bit more time to browse the internet. A little bit more time to browse the internet. So I've been posting a lot in Dragon Sipping Corner. So yeah, put Discord. There it is. And usually that's where I do announce my stream stuff over there so that you would know when I stream, when I don't stream. Like today, I am extremely late. By that, I mean I'm late for like an hour. Which I'm sorry, right? But there's a lot of things, well, not a lot of things happening, but just one thing, but it takes a lot of time. But all good. It's just like a little bit of a side work that I'm doing. So it's all good. And I think that's about it. Yeah, that's about it. I don't think I'm missing anything. We're gonna raid Tikaka. Oh my god, the pet is so fucking adorable. I'm gonna cry. Oh my god, look at the pet though! It's such a happy dino. That's a happy dino. Oh my god. Oh, thanks, Lex. Compatible. Compatible. I love how all the typos are in there. Compatible motorcycle. And yeah, I'm ready to raid. I'm gonna go get some dinner as well. So, uh-oh.
Hey chat, did you know that in terms of kobold and dragon relations, Tylra is the most compatible kobold for dragons? It's true. Look at this pretty girl we got. She has horns. Yeah, I mean, you can do a lot of things with those horns. I mean, they're long. It looks like they're kind of rounded on the tips, you know. You could do a lot of things with them, like handlebars when you take your dragon boyfriend on and off a motorcycle.
Oh,
Instead of holding your
Motorcycle.
waist, they could hold your horns.
motorcycle. Can you imagine though? What would it look like when someone is holding me by the horns? I don't think I like that. But I think I like that. I don't know if I like it though. Holding me by my horns? I don't know. I have mixed feelings. I have no idea. Anyway, I'm ready to raid Tikaka. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. I also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all. Alright? And here comes the raid to another Kobo. Bye. Kobo raid. I'm using that one, but of course you guys can use whatever emote you guys want. This is the raid message. Kobos are raiding all your dragon. Watching who's streaming right now? There is what? Actually, I'm getting shouted out by Tikaka even before I raided. Oh no! Yeah, Tikaka. Oh my god. They are so nice to me though. A lot of people are so nice to me. Anyway, yeah, they know. They know. Tomorrow I'll play more Monster Hunter Frontier Double Z. It's good game. I want to play more. A lot of hot looking dragons. Kobo really loves them. Anyway, take care everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Alright? Take care. Mooches. Mwah.
Yup, yup.
Yark.
Yup, 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 yup.
I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye. Take care.